All right. And colleagues,
Okay.
I think what we're going to do, colleagues, good morning. This morning we're due to be briefed by the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure on the Prestige portfolio. But there is also SIU matters. We would have wanted to start with the department, but they're not here. And so I think we're going to start with the SIU so long too, so that we can, and then Sistombi is trying to find. I spoke to the Deputy Minister yesterday indicating to me that the Minister would be in cabinet and that she would be leading the delegation today. So I think maybe let's start with the SIU because they've got a very comprehensive presentation as well. It's very detailed. So let's hand over to Babu Mtibi and his team. Advocate, good to see you again. Good morning and welcome. Leonard, good morning. So let's start with the SIU whilst we are dealing with this issue. Department. Was that in order, colleagues? And then the SIU is presenting on investigations and matters that they were doing. It's not one presentation. This is SIU matters that we picked up along the way. Uchigante, Nabo, they've got issues. So we thought it important to afford them an opportunity to brief us and update us on this one. So, Babu Mchibi, good morning, and we'll hand over to you. Can we get the SIU presentation up? But you all have hard copies, colleagues. All right, Babu Mchibi, we're in your hands.
No, thank you, Honorable Chair and Honorable members of SCOPA. We really appreciate the opportunity to brief the Honorable Committee on the investigations that we conducted in the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. Okay.
So now momentarily hold our business and then we'll resume at 9:30. Apologies about that. All right. right, it's past. Is the present, are the connected system plugged in? We're good to go? We're good to go. All right, thank you very much, colleagues. Once again, good morning to the Deputy Minister
Recording in progress.
of Public Works and Infrastructure. Welcome back again, albeit you are now that side. Hope bakuphethe kahle phaa kwi-department. Mabekuhlupha ubatshela unekhaya wena uzobuya uzela. Good to see you again, DM. Welcome to you and your team. Babum TB, the head of unit of the SIU. Once again, good morning. Welcome to you and your team. Okay, since I'm advised that the minister is in cabinet today, so that apology was forwarded to me, and I were advised that the DM will be here, so we do understand that particular. I think we'll introduce the Public Works delegation that's here, DM, when you make your opening remarks, and then we will start TB with the departmental presentation, and then you will come in and wrap it up with your presentation. So I think if we can do it in that fashion, then we'll be good to go. So DM, over to you, opening remarks, and then when you're done, the presentation, we'll jump right into it. Colleagues, you fine? All right, sharp.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and Honorable members of the Portfolio Committee of SCOPA. Thank you very much for inviting us, Chair, to appear before SCOPA on Prestige and its maintenance. Honorable Chair, since we arrived, the Minister and myself in March at Public Works and Infrastructure, Prestige has been one of the branches where we ourselves were given presentations by the branch for us to understand what Prestige does and how they work and how they manage all the parks, including the facilities where the President, Deputy President, Ministers and Deputy Ministers are housed, including the Director Generals. Now, Chair, I would like to comment on some of the things that myself, who has been delegated the portfolio of Prestige as a branch under my delegations as the Deputy Minister. First of all, Honorable Chair and Honorable members, what I raise is that why would we have Prestige doing maintenance, and whereas we have a maintenance branch? Also, why would we have Prestige doing construction when we have CPM within Public Works? So those are the first two things I raised, Honorable Chair and Honorable members, because for me already the structure itself is a very small structure compared to the actual work that must be done. When you look at the number of parks, you look at the number of houses, the events, the funerals, but when you look at the structure itself, it has very few people compared to the work they must do. That is why for me, I raised an issue why Prestige should also be doing maintenance and construction when we have a whole branch that does total facilities maintenance, and we have a whole branch that does construction and project management. Now, for Prestige to be doing that. Now, I think, Chair, the rest of what I want to say, I will say when the honorable members and the Chair have engaged with the branch. With me, I have the Acting Director General, Ms. Nyeleti Makubela, who is the Acting DG at Public Works. And I have Mr. Ricky Samuels, who is the Acting DDG for Total Facilities Management. I have Mr. Sazona, who is the Chief Director for Prestige. And Zakele, who is part of the Pretoria region, who does construction, which is where my arguments came from, that why would you have a separate construction under Prestige when we have CPM? Because for me, it was giving me an idea that Prestige, as small as it is, why would it do maintenance for all the facilities and also do construction? Now, there are two regions mainly who will be dealing with servicing. In Cape Town, we'll have the Cape Town Regional Office. In Pretoria, it is the Pretoria Regional Office. And then you have Prestige, which is at head office. Now, the way the procurement works also, that head office would interact with the two regions, whichever one, when there is an issue. But for me, also, when presentations were being made to us in terms of who does the landscaping, which they call the beautifying of the residences and the parks. So those are things ever since we have arrived at Public Works, the Minister and myself. And well, of course, we understand, Chair and honorable members, that in this, you never say, I was not there, but you get into the work and you see what was left off when you get there. But for me, I think mainly where we are at now, that Prestige, the structure needs to be restructured for it to be able to function properly and give proper services. But I think, Chair, I will end there and hand over to the official that will present, who is Mr. Sazon.
Thank you very much, DM. There's a lot of acting people here. Why so many people acting?
Honorable Chair and honorable members, when we arrived at Public Works, we found that there were more than 600 vacant positions when the Minister and myself arrived. So that is one of the first things that we did, was to say that we need to advertise for the position of the DG, which has been done. And the whole process of the adverts, the interviews have been done. It has been submitted to DPSA, and it is now sitting at Cabinet, Honorable Chair, the position of the DG, and then as well as the DDG, Supply Chain Management, Maintenance, Corporate Services, and a whole lot of the senior positions, which are the DDG positions, we have advertised. We have not completely done the interviews, which is only on 2 positions of the DDGs, which was re-advertised, and the head of ISA, which is Supply Chain Management. On the first interview, it was returned because they had not got any suitable person, Honorable Chair. And for Infrastructure South Africa, we have re-advertised, and we are yet to shortlist, Honorable Chair. But the process has stalled a bit now because of the cost containment that has been put in by Treasury. So some of the positions we have not gone forth and advertised, but our aim was to fill the vacant positions to be in line and par on what is required from us in terms of HR regulations and the DPSA itself. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thanks. I think, can we just note the issue of DPSA and their turnaround time? Because yesterday when we had, which department was it? Stats SA. Their issues also held up at DPSA. So I just think it's something to look at. And then of course now it's being raised by DPW. So can we just flag that particular issue? All right, let's go to the presentation then. Over to you. Please cover the high-level salient points of the presentation, which are material. Any other matter members will return to in the question and answer session.
Yes, thank you, Chairperson, and thank you, honorable members and the colleagues from the SIU. Chair, my name is Nyeleti Makobele, the Acting Director General. I have with me Mr. Sazona, Mzwandile Sazona will be handling the presentation. What I wanted to clarify, Chairperson, was in line with what the Deputy Minister had said, that indeed we have implemented the resolution by the Minister and the Deputy Minister to separate Prestige, so that Prestige branch focuses solely on their clients' relations, and then the main core branches, facilities management and CPM, will then execute the projects on their behalf. May I hand over to Mr. Sazona to do the presentation. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Chair, and honorable members, and good morning as well to the Deputy Minister and other senior government officials present today. Chair, we have attempted on our side to respond on the request by the committee to present on Prestige, and we will try to get into the legal framework of Prestige, the mandate of Prestige, the core functions of Prestige, and we talk about the Prestige portfolio and the services that we provide and our service delivery model to clients. And together with some of the core functions that we are doing, particularly on the events infrastructure, and focusing also on the strategic initiatives and issues relating to maintenance and projects. Chairs, our response, we will focus, as I said, on our core function, our delivery model, which are my colleagues that are in the executing units are also present to deal with some questions that will be coming through, and services that we provide to our Prestige clients, particularly on the infrastructure that we provide for events, presidential events. I've tried, Chair, just to do the will, what I call the Prestige will, if you can go through, Temeka. We will talk, Chair, it's a repetition of what I said. We'll talk on the mandate and the regulatory framework, legislation, policies that give us the mandate to do the functions that we will be doing. And talk about those functions, who are really our portfolio in terms of clients and stakeholders, says delivery model events, and my colleagues will talk. I will just give a brief overview on the maintenance and key projects and some initiatives that the Minister and the DM has taken as well to look at the portfolio. Our mandate, Chair, is to provide office and residential accommodation to members of executives and other Prestige clients that are regulated through the cabinet decisions that have been taken. I will talk, when I talk on the legal framework, I will give some of the guide of some of the legal documents, policy that regulates those clients for us to be providing services to those clients. And secondly, Chair, is to furnish residential accommodations of the members of the executives and other clients, which includes the Chief Justice, the Deputy Chief Justice, the Chair and the Deputy Chairperson of the traditional leaders. Also, Chair, to provide residential accommodation to members of Parliament, sessional officials and Directors General. Also to provide office accommodation to former President and to former Deputy Presidents. To facilitate installation and maintenance of security measures in Prestige official residences, including that of former President and former Deputy President's residences. I need to emphasize on this one, Chair, we are only responsible for security, the installation. Again, Chair, this function, it's not directly done by Prestige. Maybe when I get into the functions of Prestige, it has always been done through our other branches, which is either the CPM, which is the construction management project, and the maintenance is done by the facilities management. As Prestige, we are facilitating that process. We further facilitate and coordinate the maintenance of the institutions like the Union Building, Parliament, including the residencies of members of Parliament, which is the parliamentary villages, where also sessional officials are also housed, including the residences of the institutes, the buildings where the residencies of the Directors Generals are also residing. The direct function that we are doing, our mandate is to provide the movable infrastructure for presidential events. Chair, these are the legal framework under which we operate and that provides these mandates to us. The first one is the Guide for Members of Executive, which was formerly known as the Ministerial Handbook. And the clients, prestige clients, for which we provide a number of services are the members of the executive, which is more the ministers and the deputy minister. Previously, Chair, the Ministerial Handbook was also including the presiding officers and also the Chief Justice and the Deputy Chief Justice. But the new guide for executive members of executive excludes them. That is, we are in the process of transitioning the services that we provide to clients that are not in the Ministerial Handbook. But however, the Chief Justice and the Deputy Chief Justice, that function will continue because the cabinet decision that was taken in 2007, 2006 was not changed by cabinet. That still remains, even if it's not part of the members of executive. But that of the presiding officers, we are reviewing that. We had an arrangement with Parliament to phase out our services that we provide to the presiding officers. Then you have the Policy on Benefits of Executive Office of 2009, which regulates the services that we provide to the former president and the former deputy president, in as far as the office accommodation is concerned, that we provide office accommodation after their term of office, including the furniture and other services that we provide, including maintenance and security. Then we have the Presidential Handbook, which regulates services that we provide to the President and the Deputy President in relation to office accommodation and services related to that and relating to their residencies as well. Then we have the State Official and Provincial Official Funeral Manual Policy, which regulates our responsibility as public works in as far as the state and official and special official funerals. Then the responsibility of the provincial official or provincial special official funerals becomes the responsibility of the provinces. On the Presidential Handbook as well, Chair, I need to mention, just forgot to say, the issues of the presidential events are also encompassed or incorporated into the Presidential Handbook. Then you have the Cabinet Decision of 2003, which talks on the security installation on the residencies, on the private residencies of the former president and deputy president. That is another document in which we derived our mandate, which we are executing through our other branches, the executing units within the department. These are the core functions of the Prestige Unit, Chair. One is the customer and stakeholder relationship management. I will touch, Chair, into these stakeholders and Prestige clients. We manage the service delivery, Chair, and as I said, that in terms of our model, which you will see in the next slide, that our model is that of facilitating the maintenance or construction, if there is a need for construction, for the needs or the services that needs to be provided to Prestige clients through our executing units within the Department of Public Works. We attend and monitor the day-to-day maintenance of maintenance requests that are being executed by our executing units. We ensure continuous communication with clients and stakeholders. We manage their expectation and we process the needs and the requests of the clients. We also provide the accommodation and facilitate the maintenance thereof of those accommodations, which are more the residential and the office accommodation of those Prestige clients. We are a first point of call of the identification of the needs of clients, which clients report and raise those matters with us. We linked with our executing unit to facilitate condition assessment of those properties. And we facilitate the funding of those projects and or refurbishment if there is any need for refurbishment. And we monitor the procurement and execution of those capital and refurbishment needs of clients, where we ensure that clients are untimeously informed of the progress that the executing units are doing. As I said, we facilitate the maintenance thereof. The two functions that we also do that are directly done by the Prestige unit is the provision of events movable infrastructure. We manage the request, all the events in which we provide the infrastructure are requests that comes from the presidency, in which we identify those requests, those needs. We do the procurement and we manage the event or coordinate those events together with the presidency, and we manage the expectations of the stakeholders. Because at times, it's not only the presidency that are stakeholders in the event, you have the South African police services for which infrastructure have to be provided as well to ensure a success of the event. The other is the provision and the supply of furniture to Prestige clients that qualify for that service. We do conduct condition assessments of those movable assets. We manage reactive requests, and we do the proactive acquisition through the condition assessment that we have identified, where there is a need either to procure more or to refurbish those movable assets, and we do the maintenance of those movable assets. But again, Chair, the movable assets, as much as we procure, the management of those movable assets is also managed not by Prestige per se, but by another unit within the department linked to the CFO. However, we worked together as Public Works. Our portfolio in terms of our clients is the President, Deputy President, and the formers, Chairperson and Deputy Chairperson of the House of Traditional Leaders through the Cabinet decision of 2006, Chief Justice and the Deputy Chief Justice through the Cabinet decision, through the earlier Ministerial Handbook, but also incorporated through a Cabinet decision that was taken in 2006. Members of the Executive, which are through the Guide for Executive Members, eminent persons and leadership of continental bodies, incorporated through the Cabinet decision of 2006. Presiding officers, Chair, as I've said, that the presiding officers, we are in the transitional period process of talking to Parliament that they have to take this function. Members of Parliament, this is one of the traditional mandate that has been provided to Prestige over a period of time. Director General, sessional officials, and support staff. We identified these are the institutions or building that Prestige operates and managing. Is Parliament present, Union Building and the Presidency sites, which is the Waterkloof Air Force Base, Guest House, Dube House in Durban. Then we have parliamentary villages in Cape Town. The stakeholders on which we provide information when required and coordinate that information as required from time to time and as required today. Parliament portfolio committees, the Parliament Executive Authority, members of the media, Auditor General, National Treasury, and the general public through either the media and questions that are being asked. We coordinate that function, those responses that are required. As I said, Chair, our delivery model is that of being a customer relationship management as a unit. But for the services that I've outlined earlier on, Chair, these are the key branches within the department that provide these services. Is the facilities management branch, which do the maintenance and the repair and refurbishment projects. And then we have the construction management project, which do the capital projects. As I said, Chair, one of the functions that we do directly as Prestige, not through our, but we coordinate, we cooperate with other branches that also assist. For example, in big infrastructure projects, big projects that needs huge infrastructure, we work together with CPM to coordinate those events. For example, the inauguration and so on. But these are the events that we managed on one year. These are presidential events based on the presidential handbook and also on the funeral policy. At the funerals, Cabinet Lekgotla, international, continental, and regional summits, state visits, national awards, credentials, event, and event like the SONA, State of the Nation Address, which I haven't mentioned on my presentation, and the inauguration. Chair, if I may just zoom in one of the events, just to give some, as the matter that has arisen in this committee at some stage, just to give some progress that has taken place in this area. These are the following events that we have conducted, Chair, since 2020. It's about 14 funerals that we have conducted at the cost of plus minus 3.9 million. In 2020, we conducted 4 funerals, that of Dr. Richard Maponya, sorry, by Dr. Chabalala, Mr. John Kadimeng, and Advocate Bezos. In 2021,
Recording in progress.
we conducted 6 funerals, that of late Minister Jackson Tembu, King Goodwill Zwelithini, Inkosi Sipho Mahlangu, Deputy Minister Hlengiwe Mkhize, former President F.W. de Klerk, and the Archbishop Desmond Tutu. In 2022, these are the funerals that were seized to assist with infrastructure, Inkosi Uzano Zuko and Ms. Jessie Duwade. In 2023, these are the funerals that were conducted as well, declared, is Dr. Frini Jinala, Dr. Asap Pahot, Dr. Prince Mangosuthu Buthelezi, and Dr. Azit Pahot. So if I may just clarify on the issues of these funerals. These are funerals that were declared official or special official funeral, either category 1 or category 2. Those funerals are within the ambit of national, including the state funeral, either category 1 and category 2. I won't get into details in terms of what those categories mean. For any funeral that is provincial, that is declared as a provincial, special official funeral, it is conducted or the infrastructure is provided for by the province. We are only getting involved as national when required to do so at the advisory level. If I may come, Chair, on the cost of these funerals, since 2020. Firstly, before I get into the years and the amounts of money spent on these funerals, I will mention three funerals. The funeral of Nkosi Zanozugo, the funeral of King Goodwill Zulutini, and the funeral of Dr. Prince Mangosuthu Buthelezi. Those three funerals were declared as special official funerals. One is category 1, and I think another was category 2, which was within the ambit of national that we're supposed to have provided. But in conducting these funerals, we went into an intergovernmental relations with the provinces. In fact, if I may just add, on King, that funeral, as much as it was declared, but it was done in terms of the Act, the KwaZulu-Natal Act, which takes care of the interest of the King, including the funeral. So the province of KwaZulu-Natal conducted that funeral, and we never spent a cent as the department on that. We provided an advisory in terms of what is required of a funeral of that nature. We were required to assist with the memorial service. And it
Recording
was
in
happening.
progress.
The memorial service during the COVID time, we advised and we made a letter of commitment of an amount of 250 at the time. And I must say that that has never been claimed by the province of KwaZulu-Natal. In relation to Nkosi Zanozugo, again, we had a intergovernmental relations with the Eastern Cape government. They have conducted the funeral. We oversaw the funeral, and they covered even the cost of that funeral. The cost thereof, Chair, was at the region of 670,000. But that was covered by the Eastern Cape government. That's why, if you look on the graphs, that there is no money that reflect in terms of spending. With Nkosi Prince Buthelezi, we also entered into an intergovernmental relations with the KwaZulu-Natal province, where they have also conducted and did all the procurement, and we oversaw at the advisory level, we oversaw. However, on this one, we also made a commitment of 1.7, which has not been claimed from us, because we have terms and conditions under which we do those commitment letters when we do. And before we do any form of payment, we therefore ensures that there is a compliance with all of those conditions. In 2020, those funerals were conducted under the COVID regulations, where it requires about 50 people, and as the regulation changes, it went up to 100 and 150. But the number of people were curbed to a particular number. And all of those funerals conducted were below the 500,000. The one that was at most closer to 500,000, I think 467,000, was the one of Dr. Joseph Shabalala in Nambiti. But the one of Dr. Maponya costed just above 200,000. Katimeng, it was just at 200,000, and Advocate Bezos just below 200,000, about 94,000. The funeral in 2001, the one of former Minister Jackson Tembu, it costed us just above 300,000, 310, and the one of DM Kize, Tlengo Mkize, it costed us just above 300,000. In 2002, as we move out of the COVID, 2022, sorry, Chair. As we move out of the COVID, The funeral of Ms. Jessie Duarte costed us about 167,000, and the one of Archbishop Desmond Tutu, just below 900,000, I think 890,000. The funeral of, which I forgot to put here on the figures, the funeral of the former President de Klerk was not, he was cremated. We were not requested to be part of the funeral as much as it was declared. However, we requested to participate and assist with the infrastructure for the memorial service, which costed us about 350,000. In 2023, this year, we have the memorial service of Dr. Frene Shunala, which costed us just above 100,000, 167,000 as well. Dr. Pahad, which was the same amount of money, because the infrastructure was really the same there, because they were both buried according to the Muslim rites. As I said, the one of Dr. Prince Buthelezi, we haven't spent a cent for now, but we have made a commitment. We will look at what constitutes the infrastructure, and then we will deal with it when we receive that. Dr. Azit Pahad, it costed us about 660,000. Yeah, those are the funerals that we have conducted and the cost that we have paid. If I may come to the analysis, Chair, of these funerals, maybe just to skip this one, I've talked on these issues, but just to talk on the slide, Chair, if you go through, to compare between what happened before 2020. And maybe the issue is why these funerals were so low. Why were we able to do? Chair, we have developed, after the 2018 issues of funerals, we have developed a norms document. We called it a standard infrastructure and cost norms and standard document for state, official and special official funerals. Wherein, Chair, we prescribe what infrastructure do we need to provide. Because what we have established with the previous funerals, which were almost happening in the same year, very close to each other, was that, Chair, we will provide even infrastructure that at times cannot be classified as an infrastructure. We're almost subsidizing everything, and we move away from providing what we're supposed to be providing. So we regulated now the infrastructure that is required, that should be provided by Public Works. Otherwise, if family needs anything outside the framework, the family has to pay it for themselves. That was the first. The second one, Chair, on what is regulated on that document, because we established that, particularly during the COVID, we established that the number of people that attends the funeral determines the level of infrastructure that you need to put. The more people you have, the more infrastructure that you have to put, and the more money that you have to pay. From the Public Works side, we regulated that we are going to provide infrastructure. However, Chair, we cannot implement that provision unilaterally. That provision can only be implemented if the President reviewed the funeral policy, and that becomes one of the conditions in the funeral policy. Because we are not the custodian of the funeral policy. The custodian of the funeral policy is the Presidency. And thirdly, Chair, we also regulated the cost per funeral based on the infrastructure that we're supposed to require and based to ourselves with the number of people that have to attend that funeral. Chair, as much as this is a document of the department, it has to find its way to be implemented as a review, which we have contributed in the review of the funeral policy by the presidency, which has not yet been finalized. If that can be finalized, Chair, I think we can have a scenario where we can be able to maintain this standard. But if it's not, for me, the risk is that if the implementation of this is not prudently implemented by all stakeholders, we might find ourselves in the same manner, in the same position that we find ourselves in 2018. And thirdly, Chair, to commend the presidency as well on the reduction of this cost. Because in 2018, we were providing infrastructure at the house, which at times will stay for about 2 weeks at a very high cost, depending again on the profile of that member and the profile of people that will be coming into the house. And secondly, we'll be doing the memorial service that at times as well attract many people. And you also have to put the infrastructure for the funeral. And for all of these funerals, probably also credit to COVID, because we then did away with the memorial services. And I've also seen that most of these memorial services, some of the lates that are associated with certain associations, those associations will do the memorial services themselves, thus reducing the cost tremendously on the side of the department or on the side of the state. We have put more controls, Chair, or one of the, before I come to controls. As I said, the mourners is one of the drivers of cost. The number of mourners, the more mourners you have, the more infrastructure you have to put, that drive the cost. The second driver of the cost are the temporary infrastructure versus the fixed infrastructure. We found that when we do the services in churches than doing this in these marquees and so on, we pay less. I will take an example. One of the big funerals we also did of late Archbishop Desmond Tutu, which costed less than $1 million. That funeral was conducted in a church where there was no need of any other additional infrastructure. And the only infrastructure that we have to do was in the house of the Arch that have to stay. The funeral of former President de Klerk, that also happened in his church, where the infrastructure was really minimal for us to do, in which we did for about 300,000. So those are the lessons learned, Chair, and which we are trying as a department to improve, to make sure that we reduce the cost of funerals and we manage the funerals prudently. Some of the issues that also delves into cost, Chair, is at times the indecisiveness
Recording in
to
progress.
those that have to make certain decisions during the happening of the funeral. A case in point is late Dr. Butelezi's funeral, where there was no decisiveness in terms of where the stage is going to be. At the last minute, the stage have to be changed, dismantled, and rebuilt. That, Chair, doesn't come free, it comes at a cost. Those are some of the things that if decisions can be made earlier on, and we stick to decisions made, some of these costs that comes in during the implementation or during the time of the implementation of the infrastructure could be eliminated. But those are matters, Chair, that the presidency is seized with and dealing with. Chair, I'm coming to the parliamentary villages. I have my colleagues also here, Chair, that will be talking, that will be filled in questions that relates to the projects that we are doing in these villages. Chair, as the members of this committee will know, some will be staying in these villages. We've got 3 parks, the Acacia Park, Pelican Park, and Laboria Park. Some of the project that we are undertaking there is a renovation project where we are renovating 245 units in all of the 3 parks, and will be completing that project. The only park that is left now is the Pelican Park, We estimate to complete it in January. We have delayed a bit. We're supposed to have completed it now in October, end of October. However, due to certain challenges, the taxi strike have also had an impact, and some of the internal challenges we had. We also, Chair, there are 112 units that have been built under the ESCOM servitude, and also they have the asbestos. These are prefab units that were built in 1942, after the World War II, to accommodate the soldiers. They have, they are now due to, some of them are not really in a habitable state. However, the members of Parliament are staying in those, and it's time for us to demolish and to build new units. We have appointed IDT to manage and coordinate that project for us. In terms of the board of, or in the parliamentary villages, Chair, I will talk on some of the strategic projects that we are doing, which my colleague will be able to respond to those matters. In terms of the parliamentary villages board, it is not functional, Chair. In terms of the Parliamentary Villages Board Act, the board is constituted, the Minister of Public Works will constitute a board consist of the chairpersons duly appointed by the residence committees. So failure of the residencies to set up or to establish residence committees and appoint chairpersons, it becomes very difficult for the Minister of Public Works to constitute a board. The last board that was constituted was last year. That board, it was that year which its term ended last year in November. It did meet 3 times, and there was some outstanding work. When that board's term of office ended, we tried several times to call residence committees so that they can appoint residence committees and chairpersons that will be serving on the board. We have not succeeded, Chair. Either it's because of the congested program of Parliament, or other members because of not members having offices and not being available in the villages, and so it makes it very difficult. So at this stage, we don't have a board that is being constituted. But Chair, I need to raise this matter that the biggest challenge with that is that we have statements that are unaudited for a number of years, which the last board said wanted a legal opinion whether they can approve those financial statements for auditing purposes while they were not in office, which legal opinion said they can, but then the board couldn't meet to finalize the approval of those financial statements. That is the biggest challenge with all of this, Chair. I must mention, Chair, that since 2002, since 2000, the Public Works Portfolio Committee, the Parliamentary Villages Board itself, at the time, discussed the matter of the need of the board, whether the act should not be repealed and an alternative management arrangement be made. This is a matter that the department, Chair, will be looking at now and relook when we really fail to make sure that the board is constituted. Chair, I want to raise 3 strategic initiatives that the department is doing, 2 in particular. The one is the initiative of the Minister and the Deputy Minister to have a total review of the housing accommodation of ministers with a view to achieve some efficiencies in terms of cost. This matter, the Minister has referred it to Cabinet for Cabinet's direction, but currently the department is conducting a feasibility study and looking at the cost-benefit analysis as well. of ministers having these two houses, both in Cape Town and in Pretoria. We all know, Chair, that this matter has also been raised in terms of the review of the guide for executive members by the President to the Independent Commission for the Remuneration of Office Bearers. And that commission is also conducting its own feasibility. So where we are required to provide information to the commission, we fully cooperate with the commission. But however, we also do our own feasibility in terms of advising the cabinet of what solutions can be brought in to reduce cost and to create some efficiency in the portfolio. The other initiative, Chair, comes as a request from the Member Support Forum, from the Chief Whips Forums, and from the Public Works Portfolio Committee to investigate energy efficiency solutions for the 3 parliamentary villages. And we are in the advanced stage of that investigation. I need to mention, Chair, that in Acacia Park alone, the cost for electricity is close to 10 million a year. That is only Acacia, excluding Pelican and so on. So with the new technology in terms of energy efficiency, we are looking at those alternative solutions that can be implemented. On the maintenance of ministerial residences in Cape Town, Chair, in 2018, we appeared here in this committee and presented the cost for maintenance of ministerial houses at the time was 19 million, close to 20 million, was 19,204,000 and some few cents. Chair, in 2018, in 2023, the cost of maintenance for ministerial residences was 5.4 million. That is a drop, Chair, and you look at the asset value compared to maintenance cost, that has dropped, increased. At the time, it was about 2%. Now it has dropped to 0.4% because the value of our assets have increased from 800 million to 1.1 billion, including the cost of maintenance have also went down. Chair, one of the successes of this can be attributed to the new facilities management contract that we have contracted in 2022, and also, Chair, the performance and financial controls that have been put in place to ensure that we achieve the efficiencies that we have achieved in Pretoria, in Cape Town. In Pretoria, Chair, we have, at the time we reported the cost for maintenance was 16 million in 2018, and they have come down to 13 million. And if I may, that also just mention, Chair, between Pretoria and Cape Town, ministers spend more time in their families in Pretoria than in Cape Town, which then makes Pretoria to have a little bit of increase in maintenance, because when there are many people in the property at all times, it will need regular maintenance, particularly the day-to-day maintenance. However, Chair, to achieve also the efficiencies or to maintain those efficiencies, we think that if we apply the same strategy of Cape Town to also have a facilities management contract and making sure that we tighten our performance and financial controls. If I may just mention, Chair, looking at the graph of Pretoria, in 2020-2021, the cost went to less than 10 million to about 8 million. The reason basically, Chair, for that was the COVID, where there was virtually less maintenance during the lockdown period than the normal time when the lockdown was lifted. So that curve of going down can be attributed to that. Chair, these are the strategic projects, before I close these are the following strategic projects that we are doing currently. In Parliament is the renovation project that I've talked about. In parliamentary villages is a renovation project. The other one is a demolition and a building project that I've also talked about, Chair. In Groteskir Estate, we are doing civil work. The infrastructure, it's an old infrastructure, which was giving us some trouble in terms of burst pipes, sewer that is always blocking. And we have then undertaken this project. We are almost close to finish, which include the repair of certain roads. Similarly with Bryantarian, where we are also doing civil work, almost with the same scope of work. And also the issue of the security enhancement in Parliament. That is a project that we are doing. And also the restoration of Parliament is done, Chair, by Parliament, but TPW is part of the steering committee to oversee that project. So that is the synergy that we are doing with Parliament in that respect. Thank you very much, Chair.
Right, thank you very much. Can we please go to the SIU presentation? Advocate Mtibi, over to you.
Now, thank you, Honorable Chair and Honorable members of SCOPA. May I also acknowledge the Deputy Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure, Deputy Minister Swartz, and my colleagues from the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. From SIU, Honorable Chair and members, I'm joined by Mr. Lekgetho, who's the Chief National Investigating Officer who oversees these investigations. And I'm also joined by Mr. Lisa. Mr. Mike Lisa is the provincial head of SIU in the Western Cape, but he's the lead investigator in this investigation. I'm also joined by Mr. Khanyago, who's the spokesperson for SIU. Honorable Chair, I'll go into the presentation, assuming that the honorable members have got the hard copies, because I see the screen is not reflecting the presentation yet.
Can that mic be turned off, please?
So I'll skip the slides, which the Honorable Committee is really familiar with our mandate and the background. I will go straight to slide number 8, which introduces the proclamations that have authorized the investigations. And slide number 9 itemizes those proclamations. We conducted investigation into the renovation of state-owned houses under the Prestige in Cape Town, and there are proclamations R54 of 2014 and R44 of 2015. There was also the investigation into official and residential accommodation and residences of seasonal officials refurbishment, the Max building, external renovations, and 90 Plain Street. That was under the proclamation R83 of 2022. There was also investigation into furniture houses at Walmer Estate and Union Buildings. This is around the procurement thereof. And that's proclamations R54 of 2014 and R54 of 2015. And then there's also an investigation around the state funerals, which is under the Proclamation R20 of 2018. Honorable Chair and honorable members, we thought it appropriate to include all the investigations. As you can see, some of them date back to 2014, but just so that the presentation is comprehensive in terms of the investigations that were conducted under the department. I'm going to now hand over, Honorable Chair, to Mr. Lekgetho, who will proceed with the presentation, and then I will come over in the last closing slides. Thank you.
Thanks, Advocate. Thanks, Honorable Member, Honorable Chair, and Deputy Minister, Acting DG, and everybody present here. I'll be doing the presentation on the update. We have divided the presentation on the ongoing and the finalized proclamation. As we know that some of the work that we have done a long time ago. So we're gonna start with the ongoing investigation. The first one we're gonna start with is the one relating to the state funerals, which was investigated under Proclamation R20 of 2018. Then in terms of this one, the first investigation we did was the allegation was the department requested SIU to investigate possible fruitless and wasteful expenditure relating to the services provided during the state funerals. And on this aspect, there was one particular service provider that we look into. Then in terms of the findings, we found that the service provider was appointed by the department to manage these 3 events. Those state funerals was the funerals of Ms. Winnie Mandela and Mr. Zola Skweyiya and Mr. B. Modise. And we found that there was excessive pricing which was made by the service provider on these funeral services. Then in terms of the outcome, civil recovery, on the 18th of April 2023, Croatia event, which is a giant creative and event, was ordered by the special tribunal to pay back to the department an overpayment of 10.7 million and interest of the same amount calculated at 7% from the 1st of January 2019. And in terms of the recovery, the department is in the process of implementing the court order. The other funeral service that we investigated was the funeral services of Professor Kositsile and Minister Edna Molewa. And in terms of the finding, we found that procurement processes followed to establish a panel of service provider was in possible contravention of Section 217, and public liability insurance certificate submitted was for a cancelled insurance. The insurance was taken on the 1st of December 2016 and automatically cancelled on the same date due to non-payment. The invitation to bid was
Recording
on
in
the 31st
progress.
of March 2017. And there's a possible excessive pricing and double invoicing to the value of 8 million that we have identified. And the department allowed the unqualified official that is intended to perform the procurement process, and payments was above the tendered amount. In terms of this investigation, it is still ongoing. We are really nearing the end where we will be doing the recovery. In terms of the observation pertaining to the state funeral, we found that there is no market analysis and consideration of Section 217 of the Constitution prior to the state funeral services provider being appointed, and procurement functions were executed by junior officials who were not always sure of what procurement process they need to follow. The department did not have documented procurement processes that needed to be followed in such event. and the relationship between the service provider and the department was not properly regulated by SLA. The service provider awarded the tender, that is Croatia event, has changed its directors about 3 times, of which the department really didn't pick it up and able to take cognizance of that. Then the next proclamation is in relation to Proclamation R83 of 2022, where we look at official and residential accommodation and residence of sessional official refurbishment, Max building, external renovations, and we also look at 90 Plain Street, which is, we look at the 6th floor refurbishment. This one, the investigation as indicated was the R83 of 2022. And here we are looking at the procurement of goods and work and services by or on behalf of the department in a manner that was not fair, contrary to applicable legislation, manual, and policies. And we are also looking at any non-performance, poor performance, defective performance, or late performance by service provider, or we are looking at any irregular or improper or unlawful conduct by employee, official of the department, or any other person or entity in relation to the procurement or the services. Then in terms of the focus area, we are looking at those focus areas as indicated. We are looking at official accommodation, residential accommodation, residence of sessional official refurbishment, Max building, 90 Plain Street. Then in terms of the current status of the proclamation, currently we are in the process where we are looking at analysis of documents. The proclamation was issued last year and currently we are in analysis of documents. There are some observations that will come to whereby we have not come to a point where we are making some finding. But in terms of the observation, we found that engagement with the National Department of Public Works and Infrastructure is required to address aspects around the role of all consultants appointed and the appointment of quantity surveyor. And there is no clear indication in respect of the approval of minutes for monthly technical and progress meeting. The quantity surveyor raised concern in respect of increased of contract costs for the period 2016 to 2017, and there's excessive additional funding and extension of time was approved on various projects which caused delay in completing the project within the prescribed time frame. And there's a red flag which we identify in respect of additional scope of the project and authorization of internal procurement processes. These are the observations that we have made. The investigation is still ongoing. We're currently in the analysis phase. Then in terms of finalized investigation, the first one we're going to deal with is the one where proclamation was issued in, that is the R54 of 2014 and R44 of 2015. This one we look at the renovation of state-owned houses, which is the Prestige in Cape Town. Here the investigation in the Prestige portfolio was initiated as a result of a letter dated 5 March 2013, which the former DPW minister forwarded to SIU to request investigation into renovation. Then out of that process, there was also further assessment which was done so that they can able to see whether there are other houses or other projects that needed to be investigated. And out of that process, Special Investigating Unit has been mandated in terms of that proclamation, that is R54 of 2014 and R44 of 2015, to investigate, to conduct investigation into total of 17 work construction projects, which will be listed in the following slide. And the investigation in respect of all this is finalized, and presidential report was submitted. These are the projects that were identified. That is Rondebosch, Grooteskier, and Rondebosch, Grooteskier Estate Avenue number 4, Rondebosch 61 Klopper Road, Mowbray, De Moel, Orangezig, Gaido, and Rocky Vale, Rondebosch, Grooteskier, Metlekenberg, and Kenilworth, 18 Oak Street, Rondebosch, Grooteskier, Estate Avenue number 5, Cape Town Parliamentary Complex Heritage, that is Steenhuis, then Cape Town Acacia Park, then we also look at the Cape Town Security Measure, Cape Town Parliamentary Village, and Cape Town Parliamentary Complex Heritage, Cape Town Parliamentary Complex, that is 120 Plain Street. Then the following observations were made in terms of the processes which were followed in terms of appointment of service provider for this renovation. On the slide, in summarizing it, we can see that it talks to Regulation 16A 6.3, which talks about the length of the time that a procurement process, the advert must go out. And we found that in terms of this advert, the department make a circular, and the circular that they made was not in compliance with this particular regulation from National Treasury, where it talks about the agency of matters when we advertise, and the department reduced the minimum of advert to two weeks rather than 21 days where you advertise on an agent basis. Then the other observation is that in the SIU experience, fraud and corruption is usually detected months or even years after the fact, whereas our investigation showed that records were initially kept properly in many instances, and it appeared that it was often lost or destroyed later after the project has been finalized. It is therefore necessary to issue directive in respect of the proper maintenance and storage of record. Our investigation indicated that project managers regularly instructed principal agent to appoint consultant and then allow them to make use of their their services and claim the costs attached as disbursement from DPW. And this modus operandi constitute an abdication of financial and other control, in that DPW is not in a position to know whether value for money was received or not. Then that all prescripts applicable to procurement process are strictly adhered to, and we also recommend that the submission of valid tax clearance certificate applicable to the relevant entities are insisted, and on that validity of such TCCs are verified prior to the appointment of the service provider. We also recommended that agent training should be provided to all staff members involved in the procurement. The other recommendation is that systems should be put in place in terms of which the members acknowledge receipt of all the circular, and they need to confirm that they understand the content of the circular, so that they don't come and say, we didn't know what we were supposed to do. And also recommend that compliance with the provision of Section 31, subsection 1G of the PFMA, and immediately report of the irregular expenditure that has been identified should be done to National Treasury. And that the appointment of a consultant is delayed up to the stage when the budget has been determined and the scope of work has been clearly defined. That in all matters where contractors or consultants have defaulted and potential claim in respect of the contractual non-performance that existed, and that is timeless action should be taken to institute appropriate civil action against the defaulting contractor or consultant. That the provision of Section 38 of the PFMA are complied with at all time, and that the provision of National Treasury Instruction Note 32 dated 31 May 2021 related to the approval of the variation order are strictly complied. Okay, let me minimize this. Yeah. Then there should be proper record keeping of all procurement related projects relating to meetings, documents, or any information. All correspondence should really be kept. All documentation in support of the final account should be kept as part of the project files, and all recording of the meeting referred to above should be kept in central storage point. There should be a proper storage facility for all project-related files and a prescript to the effect that all documents are kept intact. And all documents related to the requested variation order and approval of such order must be kept and maintained. A specific time period of minimum of 5 years should be prescribed for safekeeping of the above records. Several work control systems numbers should not be dealt with as one package, and the facility management contract not used to include construction and refurbishment work, that all markup fees be included in the facility management contract. Then in terms of the outcome, we can see there that the number of investigations that we have finalized out of this proclamation is 15, and disciplinary referrals that we have made is 16 in respect of 8 official, and the outcome thereof is that 2 officials resigned or retired, 4 disciplinary referrals were finalized with sanction imposed on officials, and 1 referral is pending. That is feedback from the department regarding what action did they take. Then in terms of criminal referrals, we've referred 1, and civil litigation, we have referred 1 to the Office of the State Attorney. During this period, that's the time when the special tribunal was not in place, so we were referring all our matter to the State Attorney for them to be dealt with in the High Court. Then in terms of this matter, Rule 28 notice was served, re-amended particulars of claim via the Office of the State Attorney. The third defendant, which is Good Hope Construction, was liquidated. The defendant were approached to ascertain whether a settlement agreement can be reached, and the process is ongoing in terms of trying to see whether the defendant will be able to enter into a settlement. The report has been submitted to the President. Then other findings that we have made irregular expenditure. We found that was irregular expenditure 1 billion. There's a wasteful expenditure to the value of 2.5 million, and potential fruitless and wasteful expenditure to the value of 5 million. Then the next project is a prestige project which relates to the procurement of furnitures at Welma Estate and Union Building. This was done under Proclamation R54 of 2014 and R44 of 2015. Then this one came as a result after the inauguration of the former President, Jacob Zuma, on the 9th of May 2009. The cabinet was expanded and 7 additional deputy ministers were appointed on the 11th of May 2009, and this necessitated that additional accommodation be made available by DPW. The appointed ministers were expected to assume office immediately, and therefore accommodation was required on an urgent basis. The DPW then identified state-owned property to be renovated for the said accommodation requirement, whereby 7 houses were identified and were renovated. The following allegations were made: that the alleged irregular procurement processes, and there was inflation of bills of quantities, and there was non-delivery by contractors for the repairs and of 7 ministerial houses which fall within the scope of the Prestige portfolio in Pretoria. And there was also abuse of emergency or urgent procurement delegation and processes. And there was also non-compliance with prescribed SEM policies and procedure. There was inflation of prices by suppliers registered in the DPW supplier database. And there was also instances of possible cover coating by certain suppliers. Then the first one relating to union building. Allegations were received concerning irregularities in respect of the procurement processes followed during the appointment of Motseng. Motseng was one of the service provider which was appointed in order to do the renovation at the union building. It was alleged that there had been no budget approved prior to the commencement of the tender of the union building and Bryanterion estate contract, which was awarded to Motseng. Motseng had inflated the invoice cost of goods and service delivered to the Prestige portfolio, and invoices were being inflated based on the batch payment authorized by finance. Motseng had added 12% profit margin for which no contractual evidence existed into the invoice submitted to DPW. My slide is frozen. Can I have it? Thank you. Then when you go to slide 39, we can see those are the matters that we have investigated. That is the Prestige furnitures. We look at the 6 matters, and Prestige houses, 6 matters also. Welma Estate, we look at 8 matters. Union building, there was 1 where there was 1 contractor, which is Motseng, which was appointed. Then when we go to the slides 40, we can see the outcome of the disciplinary referrals that we have made to the department in respect of Prestige furnitures. Action was recommended against Ms. Kay Clow, which is the former director of Prestige, and Ms. Clow resigned before any action could be taken. Then in terms of Prestige House, we make disciplinary referrals against Mrs. Ntwana, who was found guilty and dismissed on the 5th of May 2014. And we also make referrals against Mr. R. Kidwell, who resigned before any action could be taken, and also disciplinary action against Mrs. O'Neill, who received a written warning, and Mr. Ledwaba, PG Mogezi, and F. Motsei, who all received verbal warning. Then in terms of the union building, we make referrals which was issued to DPW against the project manager, which was Mr. A. Tsatsi, and no action was taken by DPW to date. Then when we come to the civil and criminal referrals, we can see civil, the DPW instituted civil action against Motseng, and during the presentation we didn't get an update as to how far is the civil matter in respect of this matter. And in terms of criminal referrals, we've referred, particularly based on Prestige House, we have referred a matter against the contractors, and currently the matter is part head. And also on Prestige Houses, that is we have referred a matter against the QS, and matter was withdrawn by senior public prosecutor. Then in terms of observation, I'll hand over now to Advocate Mutibi to be able to go through the observation. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. As we indicated that some of the investigations really date back a number of years back, but it was really to
Recording in
indicate,
progress.
it was to indicate to the portfolio, to the Honorable Committee, the investigations that were done. But as you can see that consequence management really continues to be taken, including prosecutions. There's a slide, number 33, that indicates that in this year, a Mr. Ridwan Raja was sentenced to 6 years imprisonment, although it was suspended for 5 years, but it's really an effective sentence. So those are some of the matters that came from the referrals that we made previously, and some of those actions that have been taken. We're really pleased to see that some of the consequence management is being implemented. Honorable Chair and honorable members, my colleague kept on making some of the observations in the resulting from the investigations that we have made. I'll cover some of them and as we conclude. But I think the observation really is that there's a pointer to non-compliance with procurement processes. Although there are prescripts and policies that have been, signed off, the investigations from time to time points to non-compliance. So it's important that that part is looked at. But the bigger focus of the observations is really around project management. So it's really important that the issues around project management are looked at. In slide 42, around the observations, we're saying, in general, during the course of these various investigations, there were several shortcomings in the department systems or processes in the manner that was implemented in practice. As we say, although many of these issues are already provided for in the current legislation and policies, it is clear that the prescripts have not been followed, and we're able to itemize that and detail that. As I indicated, the issues around project management, they really keep coming up from various investigations. As you could hear, issues around inflating of project costs or invoices. If I'm a service provider and I charge the department and I inflate the costs, the first line of defense on the department is the project manager. The project manager should be the one that picks it up first before it is processed into payment. So the issues around project management really requires attention. There's department by its very nature deals with massive infrastructure projects, and as a result, the focus around project management is an inherent really requirement in the department. As we say also that there was a general circumvention of proper procurement processes. I've already indicated that. Project managers instructed principal agents to appoint various other consultants and to claim their cost as a disbursement to the department. So there, as you could see, that some measure of collusion comes up, which really requires to be looked at. Principal agents conducted procurement on behalf of the department without proper approval. Governance processes there, in terms of approval processes, the Quantity surveyors did not properly keep records of interactions with contractors and other road players during the scrutiny of the final accounts. Consultants were appointed on new projects without following a proper procurement process. So the procurement processes do come up there again. Consultants were reappointed on new projects without following procurement processes again. Project costs escalated subsequent to the appointment of the professional consultants due to the fact that proper needs assessment were not conducted. Projects were identified and were then motivated to be conducted on an urgent basis, but an agency did not in fact exist. This was following the finding of the investigations, and the true reason for the execution of the project was to ensure that the annual budget is spent, which led to incurrence of irregular expenditure. Right, we did not just make those findings. There are steps that we would like to present to the Honourable Committee that we do from time to time submit systemic recommendations to address the observations that we have made and improve the administration of the department and related practices. We also indicate that the department, as part of its, call it restructuring or reorganization or overhauling project, really to develop an improvement plan to address the findings and to mitigate the recurrence of the incidents of maladministration and malpractices. We're also going to refer actions to the Department of Monitoring and Evaluation at the Presidency for inclusion in the Monitoring and Evaluation Plan. As part of our approach to engaging with the state institutions, we do from time to time conduct what we call awareness campaigns, but these are based on the observations that we have made, so we will present to the department and agree on actions that needs to be taken. One such workshop was done on the 3rd of April 2019. This was following some of those investigations that we made, and this was aimed at addressing the supply chain management issues, ethics and integrity in the workplace, document management, risk management and financial management obligations in terms of the PFMA, and assisting the department in developing systemic improvement plan. There might be, and we will probably reach out to the department, there might be an opportunity for a follow-up workshop in terms of ensuring that some of the follow-up findings are attended to. Thank you, Honourable Chair and Honourable Members. That's our presentation.
Thank you very much, Head of Unit. All right, colleagues, we will go to questions. And Honourable Liz, Honourable Surveyor, stand by.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, it's distressing to sort of go through the same sort of issues over and over again. So I'm hoping that our ex-colleague is going to make a huge difference in this department, and I'm sure she will. Mr. Chairman, some what may seem to be lesser issues, but have come up this morning. There's sort of a move by the department to re-look at how the boards of the parks are established and formed, because they're battling to get a board established. I'm not so sure that it's a need for a complete restructuring, because, as you know, I live and have lived at Acacia Park for some nearly 15 years. And in those 15 years, I've only ever once received notice of a meeting. Only once. And so I'm not sure where the breakdown or the failure rests, because I'm not intimately involved. But I would suggest that there's another way of dealing with this in terms of proper communications. There's apparently, according to our researchers, and indeed the question of the approval of the annual financial statements by the board, there's 11 million rand transfer annually to the board. What is that 11 million rand for? What's its purpose? Yeah, that would be interesting to know. And then if one is looking at restructuring, would it not be wise to look at doing away with the parliamentary villages altogether and saying to members that they must look after their own accommodation on a fixed allowance of some sort, rather than spending a whole lot of money now rebuilding all these houses, which, yeah, it may be a more efficient way of doing it. Is that something that has been looked at, is being looked at? And then, Mr. Chairman, I'm intrigued by slide 10.
Which presentation?
Of the Public Works. My question is, there's a picture there. Is that a picture of what the National Assembly will look like after the renovation? It's an intriguing photograph of something, but I don't recognize it. So that's a little bit of, I assume it's just a picture and not of what the National Assembly will look like. Well, it might be after the renovations. But then, Mr. Chairman, on a slightly more serious note, isn't it time that we somehow got rid of all the razor wire and stuff that just makes our parliament look like a prison and a mess and horrible around the precinct? What are the plans to make it secure without having all that stuff? If it wasn't secure before, I suggest that the security breach at the time of the fire was probably not because the security apparatus wasn't in place, because it wasn't being monitored or whatever. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Very much, Honourable Liz. Honourable Suea, and then we'll get responses and take a second round of questions so things don't get lost.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to my colleagues, the DM, and the team from the SIU. Mine is on the SIU presentation. Of course, it will overlap to the Department of Public Works. On page, I want to assume it's page 11. Or not? It doesn't look like it's numbered. The SIU report. There is where you speak about. So this is in relation to the funeral of Mama Winnie, Square, and Mudise. On the outcomes, I'm interested, especially from the department. So if the court ruling was made in 2019, today we're in 2023, the outcome still says the department is in the process of implementing the court order. How far are you? Really, it's a long time, 2019 until to date. How far are you? Are you in a position to tangibly tell us this is what we have done and this is where particularly we are, so that we can be able to measure the progress? As you have presented it, it's a little bit vague. I'm requesting clarity on that. When you go down, so this is 39, on slide number 40, the last block under the union buildings, it says that referrals were issued to the Department of Public Works against the project manager. And then it says no action was taken by the Department of Public Works to date. I'm also requesting clarity around that. Why was there no action taken? And how far is the matter? And my last one, Chair, it's maybe when the department will be responding. The team from the SIU, they kept on emphasizing two things which has caused the department to be where it is. That is the issue of project management, supply chain, and procurement compliance. What have you done ever since these were brought to your attention to say part of your problems have been caused by the fact that you've got poor management, project management systems, your supply chain procurement and compliance has been weak. Do you have something tangible to say ever since to ensure that we improve and we safeguard the resources and they work toward what is expected without corruption? These are the internal things that we have done. Thank you, Chair.
Let's get responses to that, to the issues raised by Honorable Lisa and Honorable Siwea. Honorable Puka, stand by. Can we get responses to the issues raised by Honorable Lisa and Honorable Siwea?
Respond, but I will respond, Honorable Chair. Angithi ama officials enzile I presentation ngibheke wona ukuthi asesekhona na Honorable Lisa. Acting DG, will the team respond so that I will then respond after you have made response?
Yes, thank you, Deputy Minister, and thank you, Chairperson and honorable members for the questions. Mr. Sazona will tackle some of the technical questions that were raised, but I wanted to look into, Chairperson, with your indulgence, if we can get this particular report, we can provide a comprehensive response on each of the issues that were raised. Unfortunately, we didn't have sight of the report before today, but we will respond to some of the issues that are immediately at hand. On the issues of project management, honorable member.
On the issues around even slide 40 where it says referral against the project manager, no action was taken.
No, those ones are easier ones to tackle, Chair. I just meant the overall issues that the department has done so far to address, especially what was raised by the honorable member on project management and on supply chain issues, on how the department has moved since then. On the issue of project management, honorable member, what the Deputy Minister has said earlier and Mr. Sazona has emphasized in his presentation, when we do projects now for Prestige, we are now using our project managers, which are actually professional project managers to run our projects. We still do run into challenges, Chairperson, because some of the challenges that we face are more industry challenges than specific individuals. But previously, when we did projects under the Prestige management, you would find that we would just appoint a project manager who is not necessarily part of our CPM branch, where we do actually have professional services. On the supply chain issues, Chair, you would have seen in one of the slides, they were talking about tax clearance certificates. The systems have since moved along, and not necessarily within Public Works, but within National Treasury itself, that a tax clearance certificate is a live document. It's no longer a document that is static, that is provided to a procuring department. So nowadays, when we procure, we're able to check live on the system if a service provider is tax compliant. Actually, we are not even allowed to pay a service provider that is not tax compliant. So there have been improvements in that regard in terms of how we appoint our services provider. Funerals in particular, Chairperson, you find that by nature, we don't really have enough time to plan for such. So what we are doing as a department, we are trying to establish a panel. Although some of the problems that we're having is because previously we had appointed a panel of service providers, but the pricing within those were the ones that were problematic. So we find ourselves paying for a service over and over again, as the SIU had indicated. So for now, we are trying to change that pricing regime so that a service provider is paid for what they've done. You would have seen already that there has been a significant drop in the amounts of monies that we pay towards service providers for the events that we run. In fact, we have moved from more than 30 million for a funeral to figures that are less than R1 million at this stage because of the way of the stringent controls that we have put in place. I will allow Mr. Sazona to tackle with some of the technical questions that were raised by members. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Chair and Acting DG. I will respond to the matters that has been raised by Honourable Liz. The 11 million that is being transferred to the department for the Parliamentary Villages Board is for the bus services. I must say, mention that this has been the amount of money that has been increasing over a period of time. When I started with the department, I think it started about 8 million. Then in 2 years ago, it was about 11 million. But we have decreased that because the services that we have procured for the past 2 years have been far less than the 11 million. And this amount of money was not used. At times, there have been a surplus. And within the account of the Parliamentary Villages Board, there is an excess amount, a surplus amount of about 42 million or 43 million, but just less than 44 million. So that is the money that once the Parliamentary Villages Board is constituted, have to decide whether they return that money back to the National Treasury or to the fiscus. On the issue of doing away with the parliamentary villages and probably members be given subsidy, this matter was raised with the previous minister, Minister Delil, and advised the Chief Whips Forum at the time and the Executive Authority of Parliament that it is not within the ambit of public works to talk about issues of subsidy. That is a matter that needs to be adjudicated by the Independent Remuneration Commission on the Independent Commission on the Remuneration of Office Bearers. I believe that matter has been raised with the Independent Commission, and it's investigating it. And once the investigation is finalized, is concluded, then the department will consider those recommendations that comes from the President. That was just a picture, Honourable Member. I'm sorry for that. On the matter of the razor wire around Parliament, President, in my presentation, I mentioned the security enhancement project that we are currently implementing. That project we will be implementing in 2 phases. The first phase is to upgrade the perimeter fence of Parliament. We are in discussion with Parliament to get the contractor that has been appointed to be on site. Some few weeks we were attempting to do the handover of that project. So we will soon have the razor wire as something of the past once Parliament grants us the approval to get the contractor working in Parliament. Thank you very much.
Right, Honourable Bucas.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for both presentations. Chair, there was a meeting of SCOPA and the department in July 2020. So in that meeting, they outlined the implementation of improvement controls to prevent future irregularities. And one of it was to review the procurement strategy. The presenter already said it was not done. It is not done yet. So I want to know, why is it not been finalized, and what is the challenge not to finalize it? And then also, how are they planning to do it? Are you planning to do it internally in the form of workshops or to outsource it? Then the second thing that you were saying that you will look into the department reported it will consider appointing a panel of service providers instead of a single service provider. So what is the impact of that panel on the monitoring and pricing and the performance? Then secondly, I was outside whilst, and when I came in, Mr. Lees was speaking about the functional board. So I don't know what was the question, but mine is, the last meeting of the way you're trying was in November 2022. And it is also, and then you say that early on the 23rd of November 2022, and then it was agreed that you will convene another meeting early 2023. And I also see that the challenge that you raise is that the unavailability of MPs. So what is the progressive steps, or what can you do to speed up that? Because as we are saying, it as a challenge on the annual financial statements that is not submitted to the AG. So are there any other way how you can do it? Then, Chair, on the recommendation of the SIU, the one of urgent training in the procurement unit. Chair, I want to hear from the department. Do they agree on the training? Is it needed? Because for me it means there's a lack of skills and capacity in that specific unit. Or do you think it's because of a shortage of staff? What is the real problem? Then under the observations of the SIU, they identify the problem of the approval of monthly technical and meetings and progress meetings. To the SIU, what is the impact of that on your investigation? And then to the department, why are you not approving those? Why are you not having those meetings to approve the minutes? And lastly, Chair, the DM, when she was do the introduction, or there was a thing about the vacancy rate, and then I thought that in the presentation of the SIU, we will maybe see what has happened, disciplinary actions or something like that, but I didn't see it. So I want to know, where are those people? What happened to those people? Where are they? The vacancies that are there now. What happened to those people? Did they resign? Or what happened to them? Thank you. Chair.
Thank you very much. Mhloniphe Somya.
Well, thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, colleagues, the Deputy Minister, the Head of Unit SIU and his team, the Acting DG and her team. Colleagues, there is a reference which amounts to somewhat a huge anomaly on the basis of accountability, and specifically resides at the accounting officer level, which means at the door of the DG or acting DG in this instance. The reference which relate to the failure to account based on the financials in as far as the parliamentary villages are concerned. That's a huge anomaly. And the responsibility of chairing that board is a responsibility of the accounting officer of the department. So the DG becomes more responsible in as far as the finalization of such aspects. And as a chair of such, money is continuing to be spent, and then the level of approvals of financials then becomes suspense in a sense that we were referred to the absence of the board. So you sanction expenditure and you fail to see the finality in as far as the accountability is concerned. It is very crucial that we begin to look into that. I stay in Acacia. There's been a committee of residents there, which was chaired by Reverend April. You see, I know for a fact they have been knocking at the door of Public Works for various instances. And therefore, this kind of anomaly could easily be averted because there is a committee in Acacia Park. So the statement which relates to the failure to meet when the committee is in existence there, and Reverend April is very, very active, you see, and is always somewhat available. If you can receive this report, I'm definitely sure you would respond with some shock of some kind because it's going to see the report. So I want to place it at the door of the DG of the department, who is supposed to be chairing those meetings, that he or she failed to perform such a required duty, which of a standard requirement around such. So there's a need of urgency of redress in as far as that area is concerned. The second area relates to the fact that the investigations by the SIU are as a result of the outcome of the audit. So the Auditor General cited various areas of deficiencies, and then the department gracefully went along to ask the assistance of the SIU to deal with pertinent issues. When I'm talking about funerals, you're talking about this prestige account and all that stuff. So this becomes a responsibility of an accounting officer as well. So we can't be told that the outcomes of a function that we have sanctioned are not known to the department. 6 months already when the court took a decision, and then the accounting officer is not aware of what that court has decided. And it's unfair to those who are judged by that court, because if the court says you need to be after a certain amount with interest, as it says, about 7% interest, if I'm correct, if you fail to chase as an outcome which relates to the time when the judgment was made, if I were that service provider, I would say I'm not going to pay the difference as to when that judgment was made. And then the accounting officer would be responsible for such kind. So your failure and the lapses that are somewhat in this instance are as a result of your lackluster actions. They direct certain outcomes not to be met in a particular. So it's unfair to service providers who, I'm not briefed by them, but each and every matters that relate to justice, there must be fairness out of it, you see. The outcome is made 6 months ago, and it looks like, as we are told, the department is not aware. You see, so it becomes problematic if we want to. So let us be fair in meting justice one way or the other, because if it says 7% to be paid of interest,
I'm telling you, if it was me, I would refuse to pay beyond that time when the judgment was made. So the accounting officer will remain responsible for that irregularity. You see, one way or the other. So it's very crucial that we must follow things that have caused to happen, because you have caused that some investigations must be made, and as a result of those investigations, certain decisions have been taken or made, and your responsibility is to implement those, as you have done on others somewhat, and indeed your actual intention in dealing with these matters becomes very, very critical. Let's not cause problems for others for our own reluctance or lapses. It becomes very, very unfair. I'm not talking like this because I've been briefed by any service provider, but it's always fair to say if certain things have been decided, certain actions must be undertaken. So cover your failures quite appropriately, and therefore, as I'm coming from the auditor's side, these matters, you are aware. The Auditor General has made these findings. You ought to follow those findings one way or the other. So it makes me to be cold, Chair, even about the changes which have been made in terms of application of these matters we're talking about. You see, the bait bridge approach is frightening me because it's going to revisit you in whatever form you come up with. If the accounting side behave in the way it does, you can change prestige and make it this or that. You can take it from this platform to another platform, but if you are still in terms of a form, content, you're still acting like this, you are going to experience even worse than what you have. Because clearly the AG has identified systemic matters which ought to be applied immediately, which ought to be ratified immediately. And there's an add-on that the SIU would make findings. And therefore, you must as well, based on those findings, follow them in good time, quite appropriately. And the failure to do that is so much adverse because it gets upon at your own ability in dealing with these sort of matters. Maybe it's on the point which we referred to, Chair, that we have acting positions for a longer period of time is problematic because the accountability lapses are somewhat become the order of the day. So at least the accountability levels should be anchored on the basis of stability, which is a sense of assured by the fact that those who are in the accounting side should be known, should be appointed well in good time, and therefore the performance would be somewhat guaranteed. But you see, acting people are somewhat so averse on certain matters because it's either they know that they are passing through or they are going to be off the mark in as far as those matters are concerned. So I want to urge the authority, executive authority, to probably prioritize certain areas which they relate to. So it goes back to what the chair was somewhat proposing, directing to the public service some of the areas that we must deal with. So thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Liz, you wanted a second bite on the matter?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I hear what the DDG is saying about the Commission for Remuneration of Office Bearers, but what concerns me is that in the interim, we're going to spend a lot of money demolishing a whole lot of houses and rebuilding them. and then perhaps at the end, no, they're not required. So I understand that the responsibility lies elsewhere, but the continued rebuilding of these houses could be a wasteful exercise in the sense that they won't be needed by MPs. And then it's good to hear about the soon to be done work on the parliamentary boundary fence. And you know, if you go out of the Marx building at the top entrance, used to be the members' entrance there, and you look towards Porthouse, there's that dreadful big screen. And I can't believe that was approved by the whatever commission looks after old buildings. So my question really is, I hope that the new security fence has been properly authorized by whoever needs to authorize it, not just in terms of being a security fence, but being a national, don't know what they call these days, monument or whatever we are. I might be old, but I'm not quite that old.
You might be over, not that old.
Something very small, Chair.
I'm sorry, proceed.
That's very small. You see, we were lucky that it might not be your own responsibility, but I think the custodianship of public property rests with public works in the apex reality. You saw in India at some stage that South Africa has acquired a piece of land which is lying there for decades to build a new building for the South African High Commission in India. Decades and decades it has been lying there. There's less action taken, and there have been some threats of withdrawal by Indian authorities on the special, tariff grace, which was authorized at the time, and that is to eat the actual coffers of the country in an adverse way. Secondly, if you look into just clear examples, you look into the derelict nature of a building which houses the High Commission in Canada.